Hey, guess who forgot to do something super obvious? It was me. Yes, I completely ignored and neglected the fact that these are all set up like a square. And, that... Oh, I see. It wants me to do it in a different order. Pardon me. I was like, what? But no, actually, that's kind of sensible. Never mind. This makes significantly more sense than I thought it would. It's just that rearranging to actually fulfill that is a little bit on the crusty side. Also, because these are like moving on a grid and they're supposed to be like sliding, it's a little bit more of a pain in the butt than you'd like it to be. But doing that fills in a few marbles in this grid of 5 by 5. And what else has a grid of 5 by 5? Why, it's this thing. And, oh, piss off. I just want to go look in the notebook. I forgot what the hotkey is for that. There is one. And you do that, and down you go. Yes, I did look that up, but it was one of those things that ended up being so obvious that I'm like, wow, I'm a fucking idiot for not thinking to do that. This is a game that really does sort of prime you for, like, overthinking everything. Myst is kind of like that, too. And as I said before, that I'm quite confident that the thing I'm going to do the most here is I'm going to miss out on things that are, like, ridiculously obvious. So this is interesting, but not necessarily the most useful, other than to say, hey, Gen has the ability to see these places. Oh, we can spin it around. This could prove useful. Maybe I'd need to spin it less quickly, but... like, something interesting might stick out. I mean, other than the fact that that's Catherine in that one cell, that's like, hey, yeah, your goal does exist, by the way. Okay, but not the linking shit. Oh, shit. Hold up. Well, that was very interesting, and also that just sort of, like, jumped back like that. I was gonna say, is this a really questionable loop, or is this, like, previous recordings, or what? Anyway, yeah, can't really move the camera around in Catherine's room, I suppose. So, pull that back up. Let's try having a look at this thing. Oh, it's got these symbols on it. We've seen these many times before, so... Huh? Oh. That just did something. Oh boy, this thing just could not get uglier, could it? Yeah, so, this appears to be the thing that Gen has been feeding people to. Like, we kind of got a little bit of a glimpse of the idea of the fact that it's sort of a revered creature on Riven. But, okay, so let's go through here and let's screenshot all of these, because I think these light elements here are going to be a little bit, the colors are going to be important, is what I'm trying to say. And that viewpoint is very weird. This one doesn't do anything, so I don't know what's up with that, but... Let's see if... Call it again. Ooh, that noise gets a little hard in some parts there. It's got this, like, very, very chunky appearance. It sort of reminds me, like... Obviously, it's nothing like a Mola Mola, but there's certain aspects of that to the way it's shaped that, like... You'd think, does this do anything else? Do they, like, get mad? No, it's more like... indifferent. Indignant. So yeah, let's put that away. Now, I think we're done here? Possibly? But I don't know if this gave us access to anything new. Other than we do get to see all these different camera angles of Riven Island here. So... But that doesn't seem super useful. Okay, yeah, this is no longer functional for some reason. But we can go back upstairs. I mean, I understand kind of why at least, but it is slightly bizarre. And now we go back up, and admittedly now I'm in this position of actually I don't know what else I can do here. But I can try messing with the puzzle again in a second and see if that does anything. First, I want to go see if I can, like, get on the other side of that elevator car, because we saw... By elevator car, I mean wherever the hell this thing is, because we saw that that's a location, right? Okay, yeah, so if we just turn the thing around, it will let us go this way. And we can walk into a place like this. It's admittedly a little bit terrifying because of the like fire. Watching my 6 briefly, because, like... Okay, it just takes a while for this to happen. As it comes out of this amber-colored water here. Well, let's do it. This is probably not the scariest thing that we've done in all of Riven at this point, so fuck it, no guts, no glory. And down we go. And, like, seriously, this stuff looks like it's boiling hot, but... maybe it's just, like, full of a very, very yellow luminescence down here. Oh. Uh-oh. Follow that guy. And... he is the fuck out of there. To which all I can really say is, uh-oh. They've seen us. Not that we didn't expect that, really, but nevertheless, uh-oh. Witness Gen's scribe escape on the maglev. Okay, so that's what that's... this thing is actually called the maglev. I've seen that name thrown around, and I was like... that doesn't really make sense, because it doesn't remind me of any sort of magnetic levitation setup whatsoever. So I wasn't completely sure if it was like a canon name or something. But as it turns out, the answer is yes. Now, catching up to Gen's little shithead there is not going to be very possible in the literal sense, but let's at least give chase as much as we can and discover what is the deal. And for that matter, where the hell this guy is going. Because there's definitely, like, tons of places here on Riven that we haven't been to. But I don't know where all of them are offhand. Because there might be some other places that we just haven't seen yet, for all I know. Yeah, hit the button a couple of times because we lack patience. This side has nothing going on. Okay. At least it sure doesn't look like there's anything going on. And we got a fairly simple elevator in this case that is powered by a sort of rounded lever like that. Not quite a crank, and I mean, obviously there's a thing interrupting there. And it would stick out of the car if it was a crank, but regardless. Here. Pull the lever to open the stairs. And... oh. Oh, so we're outside of the nasty, like, weird fish statue. I see. Is there anything else we can do here? Can we go further up? Because I see... yes! That's right up by the scaffolding at the village. Yes! Yes, yes, yes. We're at the catwalk layer here. I keep saying scaffolding when I mean catwalk, and I don't know how I started doing that. Other than I just kind of like the word scaffolding, I suppose. But we've got another orb here. This is the one that we saw earlier, and I was like, how do I get to that? Well, now we know. And my goodness, this is a hell of a thing to have have me not be able to see before. All right, so I think I'm gonna go and deal with the fire marble mechanics here. Okay, so that looked like it was the partially open eye there, like the one that has the sort of look of being like an open eye. Oh, right, it's the one with the line in it. Okay, so that apparently was a good hit. Hooray! Now get ready for some more crazy noises, folks. Well, I mean, specific kinds of crazy noises, really. Because, listen, this whole stream isn't the weird, terrifying nightmare noises that come out of these orbs. Alright. So we can't shoot laser beam yet. We have to go and find the button to realign that thing, which is probably going to be downstairs, right? Yeah. And then we extend the bridge. Connect every bridge inside the starry expanse. Wow, we are actually like very definitely getting somewhere then. That's cool. I feel a sense of pride and accomplishment, and I didn't have to grind forever. So fuck you, EA. Wait, what were we saying again? Bone, I just want to listen. I'm in the middle of reading posts in the middle of this long animation, and sorry, but sometimes like touch sensitivity gets really really sensitive because yeah. All right, well, we're back, so I'll read more posts later, and you know, it's a good idea to poison your brain while you're playing this really intensive smart person puzzle game, right? We all know that it's an ideal way to succeed. Anyway, speaking of succeeding, let's go in here, and I'll have to probably inform my next of kin soon because I have a feeling that this is a good place for us to get shot at by Gen or something. I don't know. Look down upon the village. I mean, that is indeed the village. Nice place, nice waterfront. Lot of, like, orbs and other rounded objects in this game. In terms of the whole design. You know what, I was gonna say, is that anything we can do anything with? And it sure is, and that closes that. I'm not quite sure what that is yet, but I don't remember where that is exactly. But we're up here on the catwalks. Do we have other places to go? I think there was another branch. No, I think that other branching path might have just been to get to the scope over there. Yeah, so there actually isn't that much up here, which is weird because this looks like it'd be a place where there would be a lot more. And yet here we are. So, meanwhile, back at the village, we've got to figure out where that was, basically. Yeah, that's that way, and it looks like it's out of the village. Looks like it's in another part of things here. Better. I don't know, those are just fish moving. I was like, what's that? But it's just a couple of fish moving. See, if I knew how to get to that submarine from earlier, which is like a big thing that we just did not solve. Because we saw it. At least I think we did. Suppose it could have been a hallucination. But that would probably allow us to get over to that location that we were just looking at. There's nothing we can do with that. Okay. Oh, here's my question. Is this actually out by the other side of the big island here? Because that did look like it could have gotten there. This is quite a ways that we have to go in both directions. Oh yeah, those dudes leave no matter what, huh? This is still closed, though. That's... Hear a bunch of shit creaking. Alright, so this takes us back over to the schoolhouse. Which, I mean, I guess we can look at that again for reasons of feeding ourselves just to make sure that we didn't miss a trigger or something. Double check the board. Is quite messy. Okay, so now that I see some of these, I realize that we've seen some of these patterns before. We've seen them mostly inside of the eyeballs, and it was mentioned in Gen's thing. I'm taking a screenshot of that those apparently are something to do with Rivenese numbers. So that could be of some import to us for purposes of learning how to count in a second numeric system. It's certainly cool in concept, I feel. I don't know if everybody's gonna like that as an idea of like, here, get immersed in the world by learning numbers in two different people's, you know, numerical systems. But I think it's certainly a very, very interesting idea. At least. Unfortunately, I would have to also go and look at my notes on numbers in Dunny, or just look them up again. I mean, I think at that point it's probably okay to look up something you saw the solution to earlier and you just forgot because it's been multiple days and you are forgetful to begin with. But I'll deal with that later. I'm still trying to figure out how I deal with those bridges, the edge of the village over there. Or if, in fact, we are allowed to... See, what is that up there? I can't quite figure it out, so I might have to go from further away. But perhaps I realized maybe I should go and, like, rescope that thing with the actual lens. See if maybe there's something that points to anything useful in that regard. The answer is I just see more moths. There doesn't appear to be any, like... any of the rebel daggers around that were being used as a symbol for certain puzzle solving earlier. So that's not exactly a solution for us. Actually, I've got an idea. So we can see there's some sort of pattern going on up there. There's a bit of a reflection going here. What if we, like, induce some stillness in the water here? Can we see a... Yes! Oh, it's a strange fish thing. It kind of looks like the crazy fish that we saw earlier. So that, I suppose, is probably indicative of something. We just have to... We'll have to hash out what that symbol refers to later. Again, though, I really want to try to actually get into the village here. Or over there, anyway. Like I say, I'm going to go and look at it again and see if there's, like, an obvious mark somewhere that indicates something that I missed out on. I mean, there's also, like, this over here, which I don't understand exactly because there's a dagger there and there's a hidden glyph drawing thingy of some description, and yet I don't think I can interact with that at all. It's probably a very oblique hint to something else that I haven't figured out yet. As is frequently the case. Gonna try doing this again. Just in case. Like, I saw that submarine earlier. And then it left, and I don't know what the deal is with that now. Was it just a case of, like it was just one of Gen's goons just going across the islands, kind of like how we ran into the one guy in his base there? What are we seeing out there? Is that just, like, various floating rounded detritus of some kind? Oh, this, I feel like the thing over there, that's one of those cameras that we saw in the secret room back on Survey Island. Also, why does it seem like this... The edges on this get very bright in very specific locations? Is it just a lighting effect, or is it actually telling me that there's something to do in an area like this? I highly doubt it. I'm only coming back because I heard some weird noises while I was over there. Felt a weird bit of resistance there for a second. I didn't think it would let me walk out, but I had to check. Oh, how long have I missed this for? Or is this a recently opened thing? And it just leads to another one of these. Ah, right. This will have the... This will be the one that they robbed. So that's interesting. But unfortunately, by itself, this does not appear to bring me much closer to anything. Some kind of bird. Interesting. Yeah, I assume that this is, like, indicative of something to do with these totem things now, because we've seen these in multiple locations where there will just be like those, indicators in white of something, of usually an animal, or in the case of that massive crowd of moths over by where one of the other ones was, just a weird shape. Or the tree, but I mean, I think we could have looked down at the tree and I just didn't remember to, because yeah, not necessarily my smartest moment or anything there. But yeah. So I guess at bare minimum I can say that yes, there are some more paths that I've missed, so now I feel like I should go over things with a little bit more fine-toothed of a comb. See if that gets me anywhere. Unfortunately, I'm once again going in circles because this is just this path. Smoke? No, that's different source of smoke. I want to at least, like, see if I can try to get some understanding of the vantage point. Use this place as a vantage point and see if I can understand anything here. So far, that doesn't seem to be, excuse me, all that forthcoming in terms of telling me what to do with that. So, yeah, I think I am back to just being at a bit of a loss. So, I will be right back. Okay, back. Let me tab back over here. Oh, I see everybody piling in right while I'm on the can. Well, good timing. Hello, everybody. Plastic Allen and at the Terminus and Retro all at the same. Wow. 3 for 1. 3 for all at the same time. It's just very funny that, like, everybody showed up while I was AFK and, you know, using the... like, the one thing... I have said that this feels like such an odd choice for a stream game, right? Because Riven is such a methodical, slow, thinking person, kind of... Okay, so I'm double checking, first of all, that I didn't miss anything by not turning the maglev around. And it looks like there is something. So, well, I'm saying it's even more so than that, which, I mean, okay, if we're being honest, I actually would play just like if somebody made like an 8-bit or 16-bit RPG in the Myst universe, where it's like, oh, hey, you have to solve the fact that a bunch of these guys have gone absolutely mad with power because of the whole writing books thing. It's... yeah, that is some pretty gross heat. I'd be quite interested if there was, and if not, well... admittedly, I don't know that I completely have, like, all the artistic to do all the assets for it, but I can words good, which I'm phrasing that way as part of the bit, because of, you know, because I think it's funny for me to speak poorly, because I swear to you, I am capable of, like, using words very well, when I actually have time to do it. I am a very awkward speaker, but my writing is decent. Oh god, yeah, don't... if it's like... if it's in the 80s Fahrenheit and, like, upper 20s to anywhere in the 30s C, that's like... yeah, no, I would avoid doing anything like that, especially because you're on a fairly stout computer, so I would absolutely expect that to be something that does quite a bit of heat out. And which, yeah, no, when I started this on whenever it was, Monday, there we go. Well, it's not a matter of like, oh, can it deal with the heat? It's more like it's going to put quite a lot out, and that's just going to be like, that could potentially make the whole experience of trying to exist and operate around a computer a little bit shittier. Because, yeah, when I did this on Monday, and that was like 84 Fahrenheit, so... you know, somewhere in the 29, 30 degrees Celsius kind of range, it was putting out quite a bit on top of everything else. So it's like, oh, yeah, so not only do I have to deal with that and I've got to, like, you know, get whatever airflow to keep the temperature down in the room, it's also like now I've got a fucking radiator. So, yeah, I suspect that there's a non-zero chance that its output would be a little bit grotesque. A stationary... well, I mean... yeah, so at least they're... how mad would they possibly get at you for, like, getting a window AC, right? Like, if they did, that seems like that'd be a little bit overkill. Especially in conditions like this. I know that temperatures do get significantly worse than that. I have a feeling that there's going to be quite a few 100-degree days this year. That's 100 degrees Fahrenheit, not the other one. No, I think once you hit the point of literally boiling water in open air, that's when the apocalypse has actually happened. But regardless, we are standing in the middle of this thing. What will this extend out a bridge from there? It looked like, oh, extended from this side. Close enough. Uh, yeah, so it's gonna get a little bit heated this year, I feel like. And yeah. So if they get all upset at you for wanting to have like even some sort of, any kind of AC that you can get in there, obviously, you can't install central air and a thing like that, because that's a lot of HVAC overhead, among other things. But yeah, if they get upset at you, that's deeply irrational at that point. Like, I think there's a point where it becomes kind of a personal safety issue. So yes. uh but yeah, I'm not sure like what you'd have in terms of options there, because if you can get a window one open, portable air conditioners are like kind of an odd proposition, because they're useful and all, but also, ooh boy, do they suffer in terms of efficiency for it, and are quite the noisy bastards, especially if you can't get a double hose unit. And of course, depending on how setting your things up, that can be a bit of a problem, because window sizing and all that. Where's... oh, there's the mechanic for this. I just almost missed it. Oh, that's quite rough. I don't know how common those are around these parts. I would not be surprised if there was a bit of a swap more to single hose units, just for cheapness of manufacturing, but I haven't looked in the local hardware store or anything lately, because I do kind of live in a house with central air, so it hasn't been too much of a concern. I just happen to have like read stuff about it over the years for strange reasons. But yeah, can't... yeah, so if you're stuck with the inability to use a window unit, that's quite unfortunate. And if it's on top of that a huge pain in the ass to even set up the portable, well, yeah, all I can say is that sounds incredibly rough. Hopefully there's some sort of fix that you can get in place. And this area is significantly smaller than I thought it would be. So now I gotta figure out what I can interact with and what I cannot. But also I'm just using the scope to look for various things that are indicated in places. Okay, so there was the one door that I could knock on, but that was it. As far as like interactables, I might have to go back and take a look at that. Ah, I see. Oh. Oh, this is a horrible looking device. Again, maybe mostly because it's like, hey, look, here's more assorted technology that's in the shape of those very vicious looking whalefish. Yeah, so the short thing here is all I can say is that really sucks about your current state with regard to keeping the area cool. I guess more fans if you're able to, and that's the closest to anything useful I can say here. I'm not good at mitigating the heat in this area either, so you know. I'll just sit here and melt half of the time, but okay, so let's go back to the submarine and see if we can't like use our brain a little bit. Yeah, the next stop is going to be at the schoolhouse, which is not super useful to me at the moment. So I think that we would want to go to a stop afterwards. Go this way? Let's give it a shot. Well, at least they're strong, right? That's pretty important in a time like this, where the Earth is getting hotter and the Earth is getting hotter. Okay, so is this going to be the place that we need to come out at to get over to that thing that we closed up? Because surely that's important, right? Yeah. Alright, so this thing is all... I'm gonna lower this all the way. What is this? Okay, it's attached to a rope. I was like, what? It won't let me run onto it. And it's just going up. So, huh. One, two. It stops there. And again, the fact that we can stand on that seems important. Think we hit the middle button? Yeah. Yeah, see, I figured this had to be some sort of weird elevator. That gets us all the way up here. Interesting to see it have a completely useless button, though. At least for our purposes. Guy look... See, there's a guy in prison there. This must be one of the places where Gen was keeping the moiety. He just disappeared. That's beyond weird. There's nothing else to do up here. So that has to have been useful, right? Yeah, clicking the rusty wheel recloses things. But of course the guy doesn't return. Just had to make sure of that. That button. Now get back on. Well, that was weird of it to just like suddenly readjust my camera angle there. Something's going on. What's this do? Does that just turn the thing around? I think all that did was turn the thing around. Suppose I'll find out in a moment. Yeah, because this just brings me back to the schoolhouse. And again, no change. That guy didn't go there. See, now we've got this place open. Is this a path that we took before? I don't think it is. It might have been one that I was not sure was actually a thing that would let me through, or maybe I just didn't even see it. Okay, so what... I was gonna say, what can we handle here? It's that. Try holding this down until it... just something... Oh no, this is like all the way of a thing. No, hang on, you know what? See that tree? Can we see anything different from here? And the answer is not quite, but there's definitely a lot more of those flowers on it when viewed like that. So I'm not sure what that actually does with the water. I'm actually going to try pulling this back and try just spilling it on the ground. Doesn't seem to do anything. I didn't think so, but I just wanted to be sure. And hold this for a moment here. Produces any tangible effect. No, I think it's... I think the idea is that it's supposed to be, like, a sound that's related to something else, possibly, that you can see from up there. Like, maybe whatever symbol is supposed to be represented by that tree. And that's supposed to tell you something. But I'm not completely certain. Oh yeah, hey, can we do anything with this? We got an achievement for that, for just knocking on the door and the villager just being like, yeah, we don't want any. Which, fair enough. Go away, there's no monorail and there never was. Wait. Okay, I see it forms like a tree shape, even from here. Huh. Neat. Again, though, I'm not completely certain of the whole puzzle here. Like, I think the idea is sort of related to this. And that's supposed to indicate that, like, this thing is a number that correlates to the tree. But I'm not an expert here at all. I don't think anything we did had, like, major effects on very much, but I'm gonna go and take a look anyway. It's like going around the long way here. Check the overall area again here. Now, I really don't know if there was something here. But yeah, this led up to... This led up to this. And this is associated with some sort of bird. Oh yeah, this is the one that was stolen. Right. Right. Whoops. Now I don't remember if I took a screenshot of that. Yes, that's the statue, which is the way out. And I guess, theoretically, back to Survey Island, if we wanted to. But I don't think there's anything of real value still to do at Survey Island. At this point, like, the main thing we might be able to do is, like, use the Starry Expanse to go to Prison Island. And that's the main thing that I know of offhand. Of course, we can't free Catherine at this point, but... there might be something of value there is the main takeaway from this. Can I go up here? Is there anything special to gain from this? Can't touch this, can't... See, this looks like it has a knob on the side of it that I should be able to twiddle, and I can't. Oh well. All right, well, let's go back to the orb. As soon as I remember... oh yeah, we can just go... we can go this way and get there. This way? Yes. Oh. What's that then? Up or down? Down. Well, that's odd. It must have just reset because I was not doing anything with it for a minute. Well, alright then. Alright, so let's remember that we open this while the eye is starting to open with the vertical line. And of course, we enter this sequence like in the middle of that, because, yeah. Whoops! Big, big whoops there. All right. I'm gonna Alt-Tab for a second, mostly so you don't have to hear that horrible noise. Ah, whoops, the chat box was hidden there. There we go. Fixed it. And... no, I was trying to go down. Oh, well. I'm just trying to get a little bit of my bearings here in terms of where I need to aim to. Because, yeah, this always disturbs me slightly. Put it nicely. This location is... Well, we can tell from the fire marble mechanism, right? Because we should still be able to see the symbol. Okay, this one is a one that we haven't used yet. So this should be the prison island, I think. It's not what I meant when I said we should be able to tell from using the laser things. I thought it would just show the symbol again, and that would be our tell, but hey, if that works, that works. It's the eye partially open horizontally with the dot pupil. Yeah, so like kind of a sideways eye. We haven't seen that one, right? I'm about to pop out here and be at like survey or something and just be like, fuck. But also that setup of scaffolds did not look similar. Oh, yeah, this definitely... Yep. We got 2 achievements. Yeah, we arrived on the prison island, and I didn't see what the other one was, so... I'm actually gonna double check what that is. Give me 1 second here to go look at the other one. Okay, it's just visit every island on Riven. Okay. I gotcha. Which, that makes sense. That we would be at such a point. Gotta remember to have my scope out, like, at all times, because... That's the thing I'm really not used to doing because of it really not being a thing in the original Myst. But of course, this is also a change from the original Riven, for that matter, so... Yeah. Alright, so here we've got another one of these things. Is this a rotatable... Yeah. Which means that surely we have to be able to see something from semi-nearby. I'm going to hazard a guess that what we're going to see is the symbol that's on the side of the Jungle Island rock when we're actually, like, in position. Because that was so big that we couldn't see it up close. Oh. Oh, hi, Catherine.
You made it. But how did you get past Gen? I know what he's doing. He's watching you. He's waiting for you to make a mistake. You can't let Gen get back to Dunny. Find the moiety. They have the book. Be careful.
Find the moiety, they have the book. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. I saw a couple of them in that place in the jungle island. I realized I failed to use the scope there. I have to go back there at some point and rescope the area. But first, there's still a little bit more investigation to be done in this area. Oh, I can't go up there. That's probably, it's probably, oh well. You know, what's up with this weird structure just, like, jammed into this tree? It's a really weird choice. God, the creepy noises. Okay. So, that is a combination lock, I believe, to be used later. So, yeah, nothing else we can really do here at the moment. I have to go back to that location that I mentioned before, because I kinda screwed up there. Alright. So that'll open the Starfisher Dome. Starry Expanse Dome, pardon me. Starfish. Yeah, I know, that would be a little bit more definite in shape, really, wouldn't it? Oh, yeah. Whoops. Other way around. That's not how you... Cool. Go over here. And I suppose this is one of the things that I find a little bit less appealing about this game is how... This is our real fast travel, right? This is how we get from point A to point B in some sense of, like, quickness. But also they kind of made it a puzzle for you to use, which, I mean, I've already unlocked these locations. Yeah, and for bonus points, it does also kind of make my stomach a little bit unpleasant because I don't get like horrible motion sickness, but there is like this part in the back of my brain that's just like, oh my god, what if you could fall off this? But yeah, this is like, I think, if there's anything that I would call bad about Riven so far, other than the fact that like everything is rust colored, which means that you often get like levers and shit blending into the background, which, okay, whatever, that's fairly minor. It's something you can just pay better attention to and you'll notice them. But making the fast travel in and of itself a puzzle, I don't know, I think that kind of sucks. I think I would rather just deal with this using the regular methods of travel that they give us, like the maglevs or the minecart off to the wood chipper island, the boiler place. Truth be told, all I can say is it's a good thing that we're not on the CD version, because I have heard stories, horrible stories really, about the disc swapping in that. And yeah, that's a little bit, that would make this a little bit more of a not great experience. Sometimes original hardware is worse, actually. Which, believe it or not, is not a commentary on Switch emulation. Even though that was very much a thing that was going on with that at the time, like, goodness, probably like 5 years ago. God, how old is Metroid Dread? It's old enough, that's for damn sure. It was around long enough, and I remember that there were a bunch of articles on places like Kotaku and stuff like that that were talking about how powerful Switch emulation was, and I had this massive, guys, keep it under your hat moment, because, like, yeah, that seems like a good way for Nintendo to go over there and try to kick your ass. But I digress. That's all, you know, dirt under the water under the phrases are hard, really. And yeah, summoning Leers at this, I mean, certainly would. Listen, again, I don't really care too greatly about graphics. I just care that it works. Like, I'm glad this looks cool, but if it looked like the old PC release of the first Myst game, which looks neat, but also is very dated 90s CGI, if it looked like that, I'd be fine with that too. As long as I'd be able to tell where stuff is. Your ray tracing, I don't even think my graphics card can do that. Like I said in the stream earlier today, ray tracing is a party trick. Like, real-time ray tracing is one of those, that's impressive technology, but also who fucking cares kind of things. At risk of sounding a little mean about the deal, ray tracing is a thing that has existed for quite a while. It's just that, like, the actual uses of it all tended to be like pre-rendered stuff. I know that there was at least one game on the Amiga that used a pre-rendered ray-traced intro cutscene. And again, they were building that on technology at the time. It's been doable for a while. It's just that doing it in real time hasn't been a very viable thing until recently. But yeah, like I said, graphics generally do not need to be like super extreme. I mean, there's probably a couple of cases where it's useful to like sell the aesthetic, but it's not a necessity for every game. I, for example, do not need this game to look hyper-realistic. Because we're already doing several things that are about 100 times more fantastical than this. And if you take a close look, like, it's very hard to see because of the animation, but it doesn't feel like that popped out of the amount of divot that was there. Oh yeah, see? Secret button. You push the right brick, and in you go. Ah, yes, another nice dark tunnel here. They give you at least an illuminated path here, but this does kind of creep me out a little bit. We kind of got jump scared by some bats in the remake of Myst, the most recent one, in a dark tunnel. So that's a little bit... What's this thing? Well, it's a thing that we can actually hit, so... These just little interactable lights. I mean, that's helpful, but... Perhaps there's something more to it, and we'll find out when we get there. Otherwise, it seems like we're just going right back to the, Oh, no, there's... This is like a whole different location. This basically changed as we went past it. That is very hard for me to wrap my head around, but kind of cool, actually. I must give it some credit. So that's the symbol that we've seen, like, the whole time here. Okay, this has to be something to do with this, but I don't... Do I have to, like, pull on the right things that match the symbols? Some of these look a little bit close, but not exact, because I know that we already pulled up on that one. I know that that's one of the symbols. This... That looks like the whale shark sign that we saw earlier. Unless it's supposed to be that, in which case... Yeah, so this tree? I think that's the tree sign that we saw. And no, not that. How do I, like, reset this? Okay, I guess it's just input enough of the things that are wrong. So in order to do this, I would have to go back to all the appropriate totems, I think, and decipher the numbers. Okay, so I think it's not that particular big guy. Big fish thing. But where is the correct one? I know I saw it earlier. Oh, there it is. Yeah, because I keep, like, missing out on where the jaw is. It's that, the tree, symbol, the frog. There was a bird. And it had, like, a weird toucan beak. Is it that? That's the right mouth shape, but the rest of it seems a little off. It is, however, the most correct out of the ones that we have, so I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to just not be sure of where this ends. Because it's a sixth symbol. Well, that one, I guess. Yeah, just give me a reset. Okay, yeah, so I have to come back to that, I think. But for now, we can continue with this, I believe. See if there's anything else to find. Before we make our exit. To go and hit a point where I have to actually start looking at these totems a little better, and I think I understand what they want me to do. At least in the basic most of degrees, right? It's that you get the symbols that are based on you enter them based on the numbers of the things on the rotating doodads. Once you align them properly. So I know that the Riven symbol is number 4. And this appears to be randomized with every save file from... Just taking a guess here on this one, actually, because there's a couple of puzzles that do that. So... Once again, I'm assuming that this is yet another puzzle that is like that. Where they randomize the solution for each save file. But it's the same 6 symbols every time. Which is the really weird part. So, I'm actually going to tab out for a second and open Notepad. So that way I can have a thing to write stuff on for my puzzle solution here. Because I couldn't just pick up a pen and paper myself. I'm writing out a notepad because that's much closer, which means, hey, yeah, enjoy your audio dropouts. I apologize. Unfortunately, there really is no faster way to get to the one at Gen's laboratory than actually just going to Gen's laboratory. Yeah, I had a feeling that those things were going to end up being a puzzle. I think I wasn't expecting it to be like this. Again, even though I have some resources at hand to, like, assist me with some of this stuff, I am doing my best to avoid reading them too in-depth and, you know, not remembering things where possible, basically. So that way I can still kind of fumble through things. I mean, in theory, I could literally just read this and be like, hey, yeah, I can beat this game in one stream. Wow. But then I take all the thought out of it. I should at least leave some, you know? But as we said before, I am not the most thorough, and I miss things that are right in front of me all the time. So, yes. Anyway, I thought there was another thing somewhere in this village. I mean, there's the overlook to the tree, but that I don't think is all that helpful for giving us the answers to any of these. In fact, I believe this is the one that's the answer to the tree. All right, so that mark is in the top right, which means that that's number 1. So once again, just doing a couple of bits with that. We're gonna have to hash out the one from Gen's laboratory, basically kind of based on logic a little bit. Because we'll have to, you know, sort of rotate it in our head, basically, because we can't actually spin it on its pivot thing. And this one is for the weird whalefish thing. All right, so that's top left, top right. That's number 6. Okay. Now, for any of the others, we're going to have to go all the way back up. And yeah, the bird totem, we know that that's a bird. We don't have any other information we can glean from that. But this is like some sort of weird frog lizard thing, I think. Like, you can sort of get the idea of the shape, right? That it's a sort of like that. Okay, and top left. It's number 3. Let's go back to the one in Gen's lab and see what we can get from that. It's taking its time. All right, now, back in we go. Oh, wait, no, Wait, no. I was about to say, the one that we can get at the that I was looking for. But that was the bird symbol. Because that's the thing that's broken. So, oopsie doopsie, that's a my bad. Alright. Alright. We're almost over here. Now, the thing that's quite worth knowing about the Rivenese numbering system is that the first 3 numbers, 1, 2, and 3, all have 1 of those triangles in them. And the second 3 all have 2 triangles. And there's only 6 numbers for you to worry about. So we can go in here and we can basically discern, without even really needing to rotate this, that this is number 5. At least I believe so. I'm double checking here. Yes, okay. So now we should be able to go back to that location that we saw earlier. Back to what appears to be the Moiety hideout, and we can just do our inputs there and basically guess our way to the last one, because we just know, we know what the other 5 shapes are and what order they go in, but we don't know that second one yet. And eventually the puzzle will fix itself. So we're still brute forcing a little bit, like the absolute buffoons that we are. But we're doing probably the smartest brute forcing we possibly can here. All right, so yeah, sorry, I'm having a bit of a dumbass moment here of like, what's the fastest way to get there? And truth be told, it is not this. But it's too late for me now. So I don't think this is the exact station that we had the machine at, but this entire area is open, so at least we should be able to find it fairly easily. Oh no, this was the correct one. Alright, let's rotate this thing. And have my mouse get a little bit silly with it. And there we go. This should put us back here. And yeah. Hit the button, get on, and go. There we go. It's open. And yeah, here we go. Alright, now I'm just making sure that I can see my entire field of things there. Start with the tree. And then we get to the unknown location. Weird thin-headed frog. Riven symbol. Where's our slightly crusty bird? And find the correct version of this fish. It's that one. That's not the correct order of symbols, and that's fine. Well, not the correct set of symbols, rather. Start from, oh yeah, the tree. Right, second is the confirm. Oh, there we go. And that gives us a linking book to somewhere very far away, huh? At least I'm expecting it to be somewhere very far away, because we gotta use that all the way. Oh, check it out. That's the thing from the cover. Oh. Well, that's not so great. You guys tell me where I am? Tragically, I think there's going to be a bit of a language barrier here. Tay is the name of this place. I see. This way blocked. Supposed to go the other way? Hmm?
Katarina e now da saya palo. Yapa ay manay yalepo. Mio tisay. Bekaretere wirape yelo kene falapo. Tisay. Why te fulupe? Now Katarina ne. Wisi fapolo ya sepe yai.
I did hear something that sounded like it was saying they were saying Catherine. But you know, with the accent, I suppose. So I think they do know what's going on. It's just that I don't speak their language. But I guess the Moiety Rebels are hanging out on a different age entirely. That is quite interesting. Which I admit I'm a little surprised Gen kind of allows that to happen, because I mean, that fucking guy, we've seen he just throws books into the fire for fun, basically. He absolutely, maybe he just hasn't found this yet, somehow. And that'll lead us back to the Jungle Island, yeah? Should do. Okay, so now that we've got the book, we just have to go find Gen, basically. Excuse me. Hopefully you guys just close the door behind me with regard to that puzzle, because yeah, I think leaving that open would not be such a good thing. Oh yeah, of course they're... Right, because like the water is full of weird microbes that avoid heat that strongly. So let's rotate over there. And I'm gonna really quick go like how much... I'm curious how much of the rest of this game remains. But I think now... Oh yeah, my chat window is not. So there we go. Tomorrow is very likely going to be either I start a randomizer or something very similar. I think now that I finished Balatro, I am going to, like, set that up to be randomizers for now, because most of those usually take me 2 days anyway. It's better than stretching them out over 2 weeks. Then I forget less. But I have not confirmed yet for sure what I'm doing tomorrow, because... I'm bad at that. Yeah, I just want to come over here and say I thought for sure that we were going to get something that would, like, let us lock this permanently, and somehow we did not. Just, huh. Anyway, back to the mainland for us. Oh, God. 100% drops Forbidden Memories is an ordeal. That's for sure. Yeah, I mean, I guess for that purpose, that's true. It's something to have as, like, background for when I'm... Yeah. Although I feel like the talking is probably the part of a stream that I'm the worst at. This is... It's actual work to be this funny and entertaining. Even when I'm not funny, I say this funny, but... Listen. Alright, so... One of these is not lit yet. Son of a bitch. What did I not... Ugh. Alright. So, we got that one. Alright. I have vertical line pupil. Jungle. Temple Island is done. Did we really not do the goddamn Boiler Island? That's a slight walk. Ultimately, because I don't have the actual like fast travel there, this is going to be about as fast no matter which way we go. So hey, guess what? You get to see these cutscenes again. And listen, there's just some days where I'm really like not feeling mentally in such a place where I can add much commentary. I mean, the bad jokes kind of happen on their own, at least, I guess, but for me to have the energy to like talk to people, streaming and like actually being entertaining is significantly more of a pain in the butt than I think a lot of people really want anyone else to believe. Probably because it flies in the face of the idea of like, oh, you're just playing video games. You're just, you know, that's just a leisure activity that you're just doing for fun. Therefore, I mean, listen, I get in my own head about this a little bit, that I'm not necessarily fun to watch, and never mind any of the technical string pulling that I have to do, which thankfully this worked on its own. If I'd been playing the original version of Riven, which I do own on Steam, so I could play that. I don't know how well that works without any sort of like hitting anything with a hammer kind of things technically, and it might not even necessarily play well with OBS. Like, for example, when I first streamed Myst, God, way back in the midst of time, I probably was still in college at the time too, and I was playing through Real Myst Masterpiece Edition, and that and OBS do not get along whatsoever. Like, it's quite difficult, and I think at one point back in my original incarnation of my YouTube channel, I needed Myst footage for something, so I booted up RMME because at the time I didn't have Myst 2021, and I just could not get it to work with OBS. So I had to go and lean on like old dog shit ass stream footage that had a black box over it where text would show up from the chat, because, and yeah, here's another reason why I have things laid out the way I do for streaming on this now when I'm on OBS and everything, without the chat box over any of the game footage, without any of the, you know, any of that other stuff popping up over it. Also, just because aesthetically, I strongly dislike the idea of elements of like, you know, people who green screen themselves and put them on top of like the corner of game footage. I don't think it looks good. I am just not a fan of it. And I know this means that I'm knocking down the resolution a little bit in order to fit the whole game window in here. Well, I'm sure you all will live. Especially if I actually remember to, like, read the Myst books properly or anything to anyone. But, yeah. It just, I don't really think it looks great, and I think part of that is because, hey, human beings tend not to match the aesthetics of video games very well. I mean, I guess if your VTuber is there, that's a little different, but that's a whole other thing. Hey, door, do you want to open, please? Because, yeah, there's the big golden egg. Oh, I'm still hashing ideas out. I appear to be stuck in here. Oh, there we go. It just required me to click in a very specific place, which I don't think it has before. That's weird. Well, at least you've got a plan in place, I suppose. But you say that I've been sitting at points where I've been like, okay, I have this idea, and then I back out of it. And I mean, I also have this big problem of like getting in my own head about any sort of anything that resembles anything I do. Like God knows I could even just have like these bits of like, I'm going to not do the bug thing because I saw Matara Khan once. I believe I've pronounced her name wrong, but I apologize. I believe she's graduating soon from whichever company it is that... I don't fucking care about the corporate end of things, so... Anyway, we set this up, and now... Oh, that was odd. Well, now I would rotate into a position to go back to the other island, but I am very, very bad at that now, so it's just like, well... if I could just remember what the actual catwalks looked like for the Temple Island, I would do that, but I have forgotten already, so whoops. So, yeah, I suppose that what I'm saying is that perhaps one day I actually will, like, finish a VTube design. I also, again, kind of get inside of my own head about the idea of, like, obviously you would want a proper name for this. And I have this thing of, like, well, would I want to be streaming on a different account and stuff like that? And, like, you know, different name and everything. You know, just to have it, you know, slightly personalized for that purpose. And not to be so weird of like, oh, hey, I decided on this new name for myself as part of my gender identity. And now I'm going to have a VTuber that's just using literally the same name. That seems a little bit, like something that somebody might consider to be a little bit strange. But, you know, clearly I overthink everything and yet also severely underthink a lot of other things. So, yeah. You're not Cortex, your standards are lower. That's not wrong, actually, to be fair, and, you know. My head's not that huge. I could still wear hats that aren't custom made specifically for my gigantic melon. Speaking of Cortex and Crash Bandicoot in general, God, sometime I really need to actually play Crash Twinsanity. I've heard good things about the game. So, at some point, actually, the list of games that I need to actually play at some point is absolutely fucking massive. For example, this franchise, I'm only finishing the second game here. There are 6 games in the entire Myst franchise. I own 4 of them as far as I know, and I may have the others on Steam, but I'm not wrong. I'm not sure. Have I looked up every ending from It's About Time? I have not. I seem to recall that I had heard at one point that there was like a special ending that gave you a little extra for getting absolutely everything in the game. That sort of was like a sequel hook tease, but to date, that sequel has yet to occur. So... Does this get rotated while... Has it rotated? I certainly didn't do that. Who's been... Ugh. Yeah, I mean, that's at least a reason for it. I think for me to go about 100%ing Crash 4, i.e. the one that's actually good and not Wrath of Cortex, it's quite unlikely. And again, that would have to be in the, like, if I ever were to be like, hey, here's the torture stream program for if I get enough sub points or anything. To where I make actual money-ish off of the stream. Well. Oh god, no, that sounds a little bit like... that sounds a little bit too much suffering for that. Anyway, we have to rotate this a whole 4 times because whoever was goofing off with this only rotated it... Actually, I'm having this moment of like... What if things are set up so that way sometimes the puzzles just are moved in order to provide an atmospheric, like... the guy is messing with you sort of thing? Any of us, truth be told. Okay. So... we got ourselves a nice set of marbles, and we're scrolling up, rolling up, going up to this thing. And... if I... oh, buddy. All right, so I'm not gonna fuck around here. I'm just gonna go and look this up. This is a rather infamous puzzle, I believe, where this one does not change. But I will tell you about this because I know a little bit about the history of this puzzle. This puzzle is what is sometimes referred to as the waffle iron puzzle in the original Myst. It has been shrunk down significantly here. In did I say original Myst? I meant original Riven. Holy shit. So here you can see it's a 5x5 grid. In the original Riven, it's a 25x25 grid. You have to place these 5 marbles on the grid. So, what do you have to do in order to hash these out? Is you are placing these based on where the domes for each of these islands are in the world. And you can tell what color they are because I'll pull open my journal here. You'll see that it's not complete, but we learned these on Survey Island. These are various colors that we saw for these fire marbles when they are resonant for the ones that we actually captured. Now, at the time, we didn't have a couple of these, so we were unable to get a full solution. But yeah, I knew for a fact that those were things that we needed. So we set those up, and now there's another aspect to it, which is something like... I forget, actually. Oh, buddy, I may have to... Can I go back, at least? Because we're up here on the roof of the Golden Temple, and there is a way back. I may have to, like, pick up the screenshots again for this. So, yeah, this is something that we cannot simply guidebook our way out of. Because it relies on these symbols. And we use this in order to determine values. We have to remember what our base value is, which I... Did I screenshot that? I may not have screenshotted that, and that may be the ultimate problem here. Other than the fact that I don't have the dunny numbers written down properly. And obviously I have to, like, squint at this thing. So, yes and no. So, the part that is the same by default is setting the marbles in the waffle iron. The part that is not the same by default is dragging these around. What you have to do is, in order to do this, you have to set the appropriate value based on each of the symbols. Let me pull up my notebook again real quick, and you can see the thing that I did screenshot, which is this part from Gen's journal, where he shows the symbols that correspond to all of the eye symbols on the left side. These all correspond to the 5 colors of fire marbles, and based on where we found them, and yeah. I'm explaining it very badly. I apologize. So, and then there's plus and minus those from the base value, which I forgot to note down back at Gen's laboratory. So I have to go back there. I was gonna say, assuming I can. But yeah. So, once again, I would like to point out that they have debuffed this significantly from the original Riven. It is a 5x5 grid, as you can see there. So the first part of the puzzle was significantly harder in OG Riven, where it was a 25x25 grid, where I would literally just look that up, because obviously oh, you jerks. The door just closed in front of us. I did hear about that, but I do not have ray tracing on, because I'm not really that sold on, well, a lot of graphic stuff, to be perfectly honest with you. I'm fine with what I'm working with here. I also am on a 1080 Ti, so there's part of me that's like, I don't know if that's new enough that it would do ray tracing properly, because that might be considered a little bit overkill. But yes, for folks who are significantly more graphically invested, there is a ray tracing option available now. And yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say I don't get it entirely, because this game is beautiful. The original was quite nice too, from my recollection, which admittedly is rather thin. But, you know, truth be told, I mostly just know Most of what I know about Riven is mostly just like the more infamous parts of the game and the amount of Myst lore that I looked up recently. So yeah. Yeah, so unfortunately I regret to inform you that I cannot help you there either. Well, yeah, but I assume that was not like oh goodness. That was not real-time ray tracing, is the phrase that I was looking for there. That surely would have been something that was done like beforehand. That was like for pre-rendered everything, because I don't know why I thought maybe the door would reopen while I was off here screwing around. And once again, we are using the rather dumb slow travel as opposed to doing stuff with the dome, because I don't remember which of those things go to where. So, oops, is what I'm saying. Yeah, I have to imagine that it would take forever to get that going. Like, yeah, I don't know a ton about stuff to do with that in terms of the actual yield for anything on a computer at the time, but I know that ray tracing has been a thing that can be done for a while, and also that rendering it out, obviously, on older hardware would take absolutely forever. Again, you need a machine of Herculean proportions, really, to do it now, so... So can we speed this up with a button or something? No, tragically. And I'm alt-tabbing because I just seen a absolute crap ton of messages pile up in my Discord, so... it is not. Oh yeah, so this is this. Oh god, I'm having a huge idiot moment. I apologize. Because I'm forgetting the way to do the beginning, the first puzzles. Like, wow, my order is so off here. I think we actually do need to have it set up so that way we have the path to the gold dome, because... Yeah, look at me just engaging in this absolute buffoonery here. Sorry. Right, yes, because this should take us to the... Yeah, there's tunnel here. Yes, this is what I meant to do. I apologize. Funny, you would think that I would realize this based on the fact that the other room was not rotated. See, I don't know if this really needs to have the cage closed when you're using that. That seems a little over-engineered, guys. I say talking to the characters in the game like some sort of absolute fool. Anyway, let's get back to it. Like I said, all of this, if I just was able to, like, I don't know, have better learned how the Starry Expanse is set. Really? It just fucking closed on me again. Okay, so I guess that's telling me, hey, just use the other thing. So, use the other thing, I suppose we shall? Once I remember how to set up for that. Because again, remember, A, we've done that before, and B, it's not on a timer. It is quite unexpected, is the simplest thing I can say about that. Is it because I'm in the middle of the puzzle? The puzzle TM? To, you know, can't even say anything more than that, just the puzzle. Probably the most infamous of puzzles in Riven. And this should lead us out to the globe. And this one was the dot? Yes. You can tell my memory ain't so great, but I remember at least some things. It could very well be a glitch. I've seen a couple instances of, like, a few things seemed like they moved when they probably had minimal real reason to. Like, I came back to the center island and the chamber, which I remember having had... Well, maybe I probably shouldn't say that. But I was pretty sure I had it still set to the gold dome. And I would absolutely... Again, I said that it would be kind of amusing if they had set things up so that way, like, certain things would get changed while you were gone. To sort of add this atmospheric impression of, like, one of Gen's cronies screwing with your progress. Because he knows that we're out here doing this. Oh. I feel we should try doing this first, just to ease things a little bit. Oh no, like none of these align with that properly, so maybe this was the play. Probably not like out in the middle of space like this. I'm sure that, like, you could read the patterns in the orb a little bit and be able to better hash the... Yeah, like, here's a junction here, so we can do this. And this might not be the correct island, but... Yeah, no, this is definitely not it, because this has the multiple layers of ladders. And unfortunately, I can't, like, go over here and see the symbol anymore. I don't think. Right? Yeah, because the mailing tube here is gone. The lens doesn't do anything for us. This multi-layer thing, this is the... You know what? The jungle island is actually kind of close to the boiler island because we can go somewhere from there. We can get to it from there, rather. Right, yeah, because... Yeah, it's the eye with the stick pupil. Alright, come on, open up. Is it not going to do that anymore? Okay, no, it's just taking forever to... I was about to say, are we really screwed? Because that would be, like, darkly hilarious. At the end of it all, we would have to just brute force doing that puzzle part of it anyway. And of course, the end of it being a bit of a stretch because we still have to go and deal with Gen. And imprison him and go let out Catherine. So it's not even really it's not even really the end of the end. It's just quite close. Well, I can't really say that it's like the fireplace puzzle, because that is still a little bit later, I feel like, than proportionally. It's like the train under the Selenitic Age, if you do that last, which you may not necessarily, because the game is a little bit freeform in that sort of regard. Anyway, let's be honest here. Mostly, it's just kind of like that one puzzle. In Riven. It's not very comparable to much else. However, I'm still feeling like I'm in good shape to actually possibly complete the game today. Alright, so let's go over to the striker again, and... Was this actually the correct amount? Yes. Okay. So... Alright, so screen cap that. And... I mean, really, that's actually quite easy to remember in that case, if it's just basically at 10 marks. Okay, yeah. Open this. Wrong spot. There we go. That's right, it was the vertical line. And this time the door didn't close behind us. Or I didn't accidentally close the door behind myself, whichever the case may be. From fumbling around like some sort of goofus. Alright, so we go here, rotate that around. Yeah, seriously, just double check to make sure that there isn't some sort of symbol that I'm missing here on. Okay, no, there is one. I am just absolutely blind. I really wasn't paying great attention to the orb, was I? Way to go, me. It's... Yeah, so I guess that's a little bit more sensible, but also... I do admit that, like, as a concept, I would rather that, like, you could just... Once you have the path open through the fast travel, that you could just press buttons for it a little bit. As opposed to doing a pattern of inputs. But, hey, immersion, yeah? Right, now, because we can't just rotate from there to get over the Golden Dome, let's try doing this a little better. You know what? Hang on a second. I am going to go and I'm going to pop my screen cap of the Dunny numbering system out so that way I can have this on a side monitor so I can look at it a little better and probably not completely be able to see the numbers that are of the greatest import to us. So yeah, game sound going down again for a second here. Whilst I pop that open in Paint, and yes. Oh, I should probably realign that a little better. I know a little bit about Riven, and by that I mean a little bit. Like I've read some stuff about it, but I haven't actually played this before. This is my first time through. A large part of it is that I was doing more or less like research to do with lore stuff, among some other things. But a couple of these things just are stuff that you bump into over, you know, again, this is a pretty infamous puzzle, so it's probably not super surprising for it to be like, oh yeah, that thing that people have mentioned. Oh, God damn it, I did it the wrong way. Yeah. Okay, where's my... I can delete these screenshots that I don't need, right? Because otherwise that'll just be gunking up all my stuff and I'll be like, what the hell am I thinking here? But yeah, I also was... Because my memory is not amazing, I pulled up the screenshot of the dunny numbering from the blackboard in the schoolhouse. So that way I have that. It's basically I just took a screenshot of my screen and pasted it in Paint. So if the audio cuts out a little bit, it's because I'm tabbing back and forth between that and like scrolling a little bit so that way I can see things better. So apologies for that. All right, so the green one, I'm actually going to double check that again because that was plus 10 if I ascertained that correctly. And we know that it's starting at a base of 10. So we want to move the green one over to the green slider over here over to 20, I believe is how this works. 3. Wait a sec. Am I, like, failing to interpret this correctly? Six. Seems like the right place, but if that's the highest digit we have, assuming that I'm, like, reading these correctly. That doesn't... I might be reading this wrong, which is a distinct possibility, because... Yeah, I do get a little bit befuddled, you know, a little bit muddled up here. Oh, right, that was for the Rivenese numbering, pardon me. That's the wrong one. That's... that archway. Alright, so the jungle is minus horizontal line, which is... Oh, crap. Is that minus 5? I think that's... Yeah, because that's... minus 1, minus 5... All right, the minus 1, I need to double check. Is that survey? No, that minus 1 is the... No, it is survey, pardon me. Okay, so... I feel I have just gotten myself confused here. The order of these, I guess, cannot be changed, so... Does it start at 0, or does it start at... Alright, so I'm going to assume that it's like that. And then we do this. And I ensure that I'm not making a complete fool of myself later, but I'll get to that in a moment. The down arrow. Wait a sec. Huh? I'm actually gonna... This screenshot, either I got it at like a really bad angle or it's just super pale in this version. So I'm actually going to... I'm going to do something that's probably a little dumb. And I'm pulling up a thing for a thing that I have already found the answer to, just to make sure that I can read it a little better. So sincere apologies yet again. Because I had that right there, and it's just like, it's been long enough that I've forgotten, and I'm gonna... Yeah, so I've got that sitting over here. And take a look at this again. So... That's a down arrow. That's... Huh? Were there more numbers somewhere that I was supposed to learn? That I'm just a dang idiot and I forgot? Yeah, see, this is where things get to be problematic, because I'm like, wait a second, that doesn't add up, because the order on these has to stay the same as on top of that, so... Yes, this is a rather infamous one, and, okay, so that's... Yeah, so I think the way this ends up is just that if I have to pull the lever to see if it will accept it. Okay, so bare minimum, I have those first two correct. So the others are just like, I'll have to hash that out through just kind of bumping things a little bit there, and yeah, just yeah, slightly I think that would help because yes, my screenshot is either not good or it's a little bit off. And also, I mean, just looking at what I had seen elsewhere, it seemed like these numbers were not necessarily fully corresponding to some of the numbers that we were seeing here. And it hits this weird place of like, oh, is that Gen's shitty handwriting or what? As far as like any links, you are safe to drop those in the chat. I don't have a thing open for me to pick up direct messages on Twitch open at the moment. So okay, that'll do. All right, pull up the number grid here. That way I can see that a little better. All right, so with this to hand, this should help make some of this a little bit more sensible, I think. But it does sort of lean into this issue now where, what do you mean, what is this down arrow though? Like, that doesn't actually fit any of those. That's... Huh. It's not like they're... I mean, would they be rotated? That doesn't bear out with the others. So that's... It's gotten even more confusing. Anyway, what I will do is I'll pull open the notebook and see if I can align any of these off of that. So... Wait, what is that second symbol? I know the one that it's for the prison island slider, which is blue. But now I'm trying to figure out which number that's supposed to be. That... Oh, we've run into a problem here that I was not expecting. I mean, it's not likely to be 12. I suppose it technically could be, but Wait a sec. I have the other chart, and I have some of the... I have this piece of homework. I don't think this is going to actually give me anything here. See, that's 8, 1, 10, 5, 3, 6, which are all things that we already knew before, but I just had to confirm. See, I mean, that's quite clearly for plus 10. But then the rest, like... I don't know, maybe I should just try to figure things out from that, or something. Yeah, so that's... There's our starting point. And there's our plus 10. So I guess now we simply just try things until they work. And by that, I mean, I think... Because we have these two completely foreign glyphs here. Just try doing that as a start. Oh, no, not that one. This one. Okay, just make sure that I have the thing set up right. It's for blue and then for violet. Okay. Let's try again. I wonder if these numbers can be... If these, like, last few digits can be hashed out. Through... doing things... through, like, reading through the rest of Gen's journal and... doing math based on the couple of numbers of age names that he get... Well... age names, air quotes, that he gives there. No, that's not. Then what am I... I'm so confused now. This... This chart was quite helpful until the part that I got to here, where these don't make any sense. I'm pulling the chart back up to make sure that I have that at hand, and I can go... Are we sure that it's not Gen's shitty handwriting again? Yeah, because that one, and that one, because they're in the order of green, blue, and violet, right? Yeah, green, blue, violet. And take a look at this. All right, so we start at 0, and we go up to 5. I'm quite confident that those other two are perfectly set, right? Let me go back in here and double check. Because it's -1 for that one and -5 for the other, compared to a starting point of 10, which is right over here. It's at this second large indicator. So the orange is -1, red is -5, and we can't like switch the order, so it's not something like that. So here's our 10, which means that +10 we have to end up over here, because that is without a doubt, right? Oh, pardon me. That is definitely a 10 in Gen's Horrible Chicken Scratch. I'll pull this up to a fuller resolution and see if that helps. So my next guess here is that, like, he's drawn a +3 on top of the +10. Is that supposed to be that it's +13? But then what would the next one be? Because by that rule, that's neither +14 or +15. It's just a down arrow. I'm going to just start from here and see if this is doable. Because that could be a 12, but, like, written incredibly poorly for some reason. And yeah, the button will glow if we've done things correctly. I'm sorry, I might have just been thinking about throwing myself off the top of the gold dome here because, oh man, this is making me feel a little bad. Parker Solemn Sevier. Yeah, we're pretty close. We are on this puzzle that is rather infamous in the original, and I will pull up my screenshot of the compensations here, and also I guess my screenshot of the striking scale. And huh? What? Oh, that's my inventory. Right. So go in here. You can basically tell me if I'm doing my math wrong. So here's a look at our striker scale here. So let me make sure that I counted this correctly. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that the problem? 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 10. Group that. So that's 9 notches to the start of... Oh, goodness. Have I been doing my math wrong the whole time and that's the problem? I bet it is. So let's do this adjustment here. Oh my god, I'm a complete buffoon. So we're gonna start doing things like this, and then, yeah, I forgot to pull up the chart of the compensations, but I will show that off real quick and say that there are some numbers on here for these that I do not think I learned, and these are for the ones that are on the other side of the green lever. green slider. The green slider is quite obviously plus 10. But those other two... Oh, yeah, let me full screen it. I don't remember seeing a down arrow number or this thing that kind of looks like somebody just wrote a 3 over a 10. Which could very well just be a 13, which would be quite obvious and helpful. Okay, yeah, it was just taking a second here. So, rearrange everything. Yeah, I'm assuming that the striker scale starts at 0, right? And that's why I had these offset, these first 3 offset to the right by 1 notch, which would place my starting point here and then compensate 1 to the left, 5 to the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, yes, so the scale starts at 0. So our midpoint would be there if it's 10 notches, or if it's 9 notches from the start. So that's our main for the striker. Compensate, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 for the green. And then the blue, we'll just say that it's 13, and we'll try doing this for now and see. I'm going to try sticking with it at plus 13 for the blue. Because, again, I feel like I didn't learn any of the numbers above plus 10 here. So, we are getting into a place that's very... There we go. Got it. Okay, thank you for informing me that I did a bit of a dumb there. Hooray! So, now we get to go to age 233. And we get to throw Gen in the prison book. And then we have to... do a little bit more work still, but we're getting there, right? Yeah, so the book should be active now. Okay. Thank goodness I actually figured out how to do one puzzle here. I mean, I figured out how to do most of it, but yeah, I realized after I was like, okay, let me try flashing you the screenshots again. You can tell me if I did any, like, stupid math here. And then I realized, oh, I really did. Alright, so we're locked in a cage. Like I said, Gen knew we were here, so this is about what I figured would happen. Where is he? And it just takes him a second. Nice sunglasses, dude.
I apologize for the cage. I'm afraid this situation has often required a mere more primitive code of conduct than I might otherwise have chosen. I am Gen. I assume you've heard of me. Yes. Well, I suspect you have acquired some false information of who I am now. Not that my son would have lied to you about me.
Yeah, you don't look like a real actor. Oh.
Well, I'm sure he believes me to still be the depraved father I once was. Yes.
I know, you do seem to be a little bit,
To kill him once. God, if I had accomplished that, who knows what I would have become. Great father indeed, who tries to murder his own son. Thankfully,
oh,
he
neat.
left me on age 5, a prison of my own creation. No books, no precious inks, no ages to link to, nothing but my own foolish ambitions. That was 30 years ago. 30 years, 30 lifetimes, what does it matter? No sentence could be too harsh for the man I was. But I have changed. Be sure the deeds of my past can never be completely atoned for, but my mission was an honorable one.
That is one hell of a smoking apparatus.
All a bit awkward. It's been a long time since I've attempted to persuade anyone of my intentions. Most of the people here have already made their minds up about me one way or another.
Well, gee, I can't imagine
do not
why.
trust the words of most men, so I don't expect you to believe me. In the end, though, you may discover that I do have more than mere words to offer. Atris's choice of punishment has been hard on the people of Riven. Many have suffered because of it. The island has been steadily decaying for years, but according to my most recent measurements, it appears that the Fifth Age has entered its final days.
I've seen the ocean.
Unless
It's
the villagers can be
creepy
relocated
enough.
soon, the island will collapse entirely and everyone will perish. It has taken me a long time to do it, but it appears that finally I'll be able to make some substantial amends to my past transgressions, especially in... well, I'm afraid I've had some trouble with Catherine and the moiety. In any society, there will always be a small percentage of the population with rebellious tendencies. Before Catherine appeared, the moiety, as they call themselves, had been relatively harmless. I mean, the natives here are a fairly violent people by nature, but I'd almost come to accept their presence. Upon Catherine's return, however, their violence intensified considerably. It seems she's become some sort of religious savior to them. As far as I can tell, she's come to believe this herself. So I've had no alternative. I had to separate her from her people. The actions of Catherine and the moiety have put my own life at risk on numerous occasions. Consequently, the lives of all the people here. Therefore, I must ask you to refrain.
Yeah, he's definitely... Gen is a
I'm sure
piece of garbage. Like,
indeed, he must desire it with all his heart.
every Myst villain is incredibly, like, an awful colonizer, but Gen is... Gen talks like it in a special way.
To the point of all of this, the linking book you brought with you. You're very fortunate to have recovered it. If I may. Thank you.
It looks a bit thin, doesn't it? But yes, that part is also true. You can tell from some of the paintings that you see in the early game telling of Gen's arrival at Riven and him being worshipped as a god and him leveraging that to do awful things to the native people of Riven. Oh, for sure.
Perhaps it would be best if you went through first.
I mean, alright, dude. Like, surely he wouldn't think to shut the book immediately. That's... Because I think that it's like... Like, yeah, obviously he's like, well, safety... Or am I wrong? Hey, can you at least, like, give me a flashlight? I was saying, if that does cause an ending, well, I haven't saved recently, so... Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Ladies and gentlemen, and of course everyone else. But... you understand the gag I'm going for. Anyway. So... there is some important stuff to find in this area. I don't remember if it's just, like, immediately right here, but... there is some stuff. You can also just immediately let Gen out of the book if you're incredibly silly. It produces a special bad ending. I know that. Like, again, just sometimes there are things that you run across when you're, like, out here. Hey, I want to make sure that I have the lore ready for everybody. For anything that I might have missed. My goodness, that portrait. It looks like it comes from the 19th century. Good work there, actually. Oh, dude, install a filter on that. Eesh. Alright, so what's this interesting device? I hope I can replay that, because I may need to do that a couple of times. I know what that is. Because I've heard those sounds before. Yeah, I'm just writing this down. Over in Notepad, so that's why sound was dropped, because it drops when you alt-tab out of the game. Anyway, those are sounds that I remember from the combination lock on Prison Island. So I'm quite sure that that is important. And this is a recording of... I would assume that's Gen's wife, because that's clearly the woman in that other photograph, right? Unfortunately, I don't know the language. I like to say I can barely speak English properly, so what do you expect me to do about other languages? But... regardless. And I am not going to read through all of this in full, but just to go through and see if there's some information in here. Because yes, I believe that part of a major plot point here is that Gen's wife died, and like quite young at that matter too. And that has like kind of like screwed up his mind a little bit. I mean, Gen would probably still be a monster anyway. Like, it's not like, oh, suddenly he became a British colonizer. Asterisk, he's not literally British, but you know, he didn't become like this hardcore colonizer just by virtue of his wife dying. There is sort of a tendency among those who study the art, among the Dunny, to kind of get a bit of a god complex anyway and just be massively racist. Like, Atris at least manages to get away with not being as bad as a lot of other people, but again, novels, because I do know that there are Myst novels out there, sort of show off that he does have a side that can get a little bit paternalistic about certain matters. Check the last page. Okay, whoop, let me rewind. Whoop. Open the door. That's a little bit precise of a hitbox there. Whoops. Let me go back in here and check that last page out. See, this is the thing that was on the linking book to Tay. So I was squinting to see if there was like any sort of piece of information there. Okay, this is... Screenshotting that. That's got to be important. Ah, right, okay. So, I will say that I know, like, a chunk about the Myst novels, but not complete. I haven't read them. I should see if I can track down copies. I'd say how hard could they possibly be to find, but when I say that, well... I'll be in for quite an awakening. Yes, it had the... Oh goodness, I don't think I realized that's what that was going to be. It had these codes in it. Full screen it. This was the last page, I'm quite sure, because it stopped past that point, right? At least it seemed like it did. Yeah. So I've got all those here. Thank you for informing me of that. I would probably have missed that if not for that. Okay, that's a furnace. At least it looks like it. Sure sounded like it a little bit. Oh no, that just re-raises the cage. I don't think I need to do that. So yeah, look down at my inventory and make sure that I've got everything there still. So this big, massive textbook is certainly not what we used before. Okay, that's not taking us back. Okay, no, the thing is on now, so... Go open the cage. The cage lever go. Why am I so stupid? There it is. Yeah, so this should take us back to... What did I miss? What did I miss in the bedroom? Hang on. Let's go down here again. Yeah, we've seen that. Is any of the rest of this interactable with? No, that's the diary. That's the combination. And here's his clothes. Looks like. We cannot get in there. Further. That thing. So I feel I'm missing it. Because... well, I miss these things quite easily. Anyway, yeah, there's the pictures. Here he's got an instrument of some description. Of a musical sort. That looks like his thing he was using for recreational purposes. Yeah, we can't get in there, so nothing to do with that. At least that certainly looks like the... like it could be some sort of smoking apparatus. Yeah, I feel I have missed it entirely. There's a strange... what's there? It has to do with the numbers on the last page. Okay, so... I'm not sure I understand. Was I just about to click it? Ah, here we go. Okay, so... this... oh, that was unnecessary. I do not need that screenshot. So, what this looks like to me... and hang on while I get this screenshot over to a separate window. So that way I can see it better. That'll be easier. And... yeah, so... this is... okay, no, those are just digits 2 through 5. I'm being silly. I was like, is this a binary? And no, it's because I was misremembering that the horizontal line is 5, not 1. And also that I feel like a sort of binary math sort of thing would be...
an angel. Your angel.
exactly the way,
An angel death.
feels like something I would imagine there to be in this game, is what I'm saying.
The Denis Council knew it. They knew. If I hadn't tried to force my own ideals on your world, you would still be alive. You would still be alive. I wanted a life full of magic, full of books that bridged worlds, that lit up the darkness like stars. The possibilities were endless. It's just us now. You'll never have the life you should have had. Somehow my love and compassion, it took that. I don't know how. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Again.
I was being very solemn for that, because... Yeah. Right. Go in here. And turn that off.
Now, my turn. You want to record something so always you will remember. What is English for scramape? Scum from above. Your appearance should have inspired us to a better future. What does it mean for us as a people if we cannot embrace worlds outside our own? You were an angel from above. Always you will be my angel from above.
I feel like I could say something about that, but regardless... in this case, specifically about remarks about Europeans, is what I'm saying. I could remark on that, but let's go back to Riven and see about finishing things off, because I mean, we've got to be close. We can go and rescue. We can go and rescue Catherine. Oh, I'm sorry. His accent was quite strong, and my hearing is quite bad. So, why am I? Wait, I'm in Gen's lab? Oh no, fair enough, fair enough. Why would I necessarily warp back to Temple Island? That would be dumb. That would be dumb. Well, not necessarily, but statistically, it would be. Huh? Come to think of it, is there a subtitle option that I've forgotten about? There's no subtitle option, is it? Because I know that there is a lore thing that comes back to the Dunny are actually living on Earth. And that they meet many people on Earth. So my brain is kind of like, well, it could be something like that. Maybe it's because this is what happens when you read, like, part of the story, I guess, yeah. Like I said, I've done at least some research on the lore of this, because the series in general is one that I find quite interesting, even when I'm not super good at it. All right, so while this is going on, I'm going to prime the thing real quick to see the correct sequence that I have to open the thing. Yep. I just clicked OBS. Because remember, I have that typed out in Notepad, which... I could probably have just written it down with paper, but... I didn't have anything at the desk and didn't want to go digging in a drawer. Alright, now, briefly I'm going to look at these because I've realized now that I've forgotten the symbol. I believe that is the one that we go to for Prison Island. The... Because I remember it's not the single dot. That is the... Yeah, that looks like it's an eye with the horizontal eye with the stick. So this might be Jungle Island. Yeah, actually it has the multiple layers of... I was wrong. It's all right. Is it that one? That's it, I think, actually. That or this is Survey Island, which would make sense for it to be the most eyeball-like one for it to be the Survey Island, but whatever. If we screw up, we just... do over. And yeah, no, here's our Prison Island one, and down we go. Alright, so let's check these mechanisms, and which one... Alright, so... There we go! Shockingly easy, actually.
To move quickly. Gen's people may already know what's happening. Once we're back with the moiety, we'll have time to regroup. Can I see the book? You did it. You captured Gen. We're all free. But there's still his followers. I'm not sure what they'll do once they realize he's gone. I have to get the villagers to safety as soon as possible. And you go back to where you first arrived and reopen the fissure. I know it's risky, but it's the only way to signal Atris. I'll try to make it back there as soon as possible, but don't wait for me.
Okay, so Atris will be signaled to pick us up.
And don't forget the combination in my journal. You'll need it.
Right. Okay, so... Catherine, where is your journal? Is it in here or is it somewhere else that I've foolishly forgotten? Because it very well could... But why would it not be with her? No, that's just a pile of firewood. Or is it in her book? Alright, so... Okay, here it is. Just flip through here. Find that. I forgot that it was on my person. It's been a couple days, to be honest with you. And I'm assuming that it's somewhere written out in Rivenese numbers. Fair enough. Okay, I was just waiting a second. I was like, did I miss out on some of the controls? Because I very well could have. Oh, there's a lot of, like, really cool set pieces that I wish so much we could see more forms of them too. Like, yeah, this tree would absolutely be amazing looking, wouldn't it? It's so tall. Back before the island was riven into 5. Oh. Gee, I wonder if that's why they ultimately called it. Wait, where's this? What's the scope here? Is it? I've forgotten. I have to go around the outside of the... Right? Yeah, okay, no, it's up there. Yeah, I have to go around the outside to get to the tree roots, yeah? I've only been here once, and that has been enough hours ago at this point that I'm slightly muddled. I apologize. As I've said before, my memory is not great. Oh, is there stairs that... Is there more here than to see the stairs from the main path? Okay, well, I suppose I'm taking the long way. In that case. Yeah, apologies for me not playing super well. Like I said, I'm not really familiar with a lot of the real content of the game. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Wow. That truly did disappear into something there. Truly, at the end of this, I have learned very few lessons. Yeah, I just completely ignored this earlier, I suppose, and forgot about it. Since the last time I was here. Is that going to give me a close enough? Yes. Just had to make sure that the symbol was staying blue for that long. If I walked up and walked back, well, at this point, wouldn't have been that weird. Because, I mean, how much percentage of time spent extra would it have been, right? So, real quick, what I'm gonna do is have to wait to do what I was about to say anyway. So, I'm going to go in here, pop open the notebook, look at the page again, and write out what this is in the other numerical system. Pardon me. Words, I'm bad at them. Because, yeah. I'm not great at figuring out the Riven numerals off the top of my head. Not as much as I should be, really. 3, 2, 1, 8, 9, 4. Right, now shrunk down and keep it over here next to my chart of the other ones, that way I can memorize everything. Where'd my chat window go so I can relayer everything? Yeah, that would be some interesting things to get a little bit more lore on. I mean, hey, truth be told, I'm already quite happy with the entire idea at all. Very interesting immersive puzzle that they've placed into the game with the learn the numbers of the Dunny people and of the Rivenese people, for that matter. From what I've been told, that was added in the remake, the Riven numerical system. The Dunny numerals were already there. If I'm incorrect, please feel free to correct me. But it's just very cool that that's a thing that they did. The Myst franchise in general, I feel, goes really hard on a lot of the world building. It is fantastic. The sheer amount of stuff that there is to dig into. Very cool. Like, yeah, I remember I remember the library from the first game. The sheer total length of those books. And for entirely fair reason. Alright, now I just gotta get myself back to the main area. I haven't played Uru yet. I believe that there's like an open source sort of version of that available now, because obviously the original online version is not so available anymore. I also may be doing this rotating room a very silly way. So apologies. I remembered the pattern a couple days ago, but I spent enough time on the outer islands and my memory is not good and not like writing things down anywhere near as well as I should have. Oh, Cyan is actually maintaining an online one on donation. That's really cool. Like, actually, just in general, I feel very positively about Cyan as a video game company. And the level of, like, stewardship of this franchise that they are maintaining. This, again, this feels like a very niche thing overall as like a video game franchise goes, but I just genuinely, I find it very cool, the level of this that they're doing. So, you know, go you guys, right? Yes, here everything is a total freaking mess. That's the wrong way. Okay. 3, 2, oh no, that one was 2, pardon me. 3, 2, 1, 8, 9. It's 9. Oh god, yeah, 9 is that shape. Wow. 9, 4. As I continue really to press the wrong buttons for all of these for any sort of expediency, but at this point, I'm sure you're all in for the medium length haul here. 2, 2, 2. Thankfully, that part was quite easy. 3. Oh, that's neat. All right, so move this rusty old thing into position. Oh, no. Oh, whoops. I don't think I expected it to do that. For that to be even an option. They really did think of everything, didn't they? Am I not far enough down for this? I'm probably not. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. It's a rather rusted old machine. Are we as far over as we can go? Alright, come on, give that thing a yank. Alright. And that should let Atros know to pick us up. And that is going to be, unfortunately, the end of the Riven Age, but slightly more fortunately in its own right, the end of Riven the game. It's something that I would probably want to last far longer if it weren't for the fact that I was streaming it. Because this definitely took up an amount of time, but it is a lovely game.
There isn't much time. Where's Catherine? Where's the book? I don't understand.
Atris!
They say she didn't get... Nothing happened to her while we were gone, right?
The villagers are safely in the Rebel Age. I thank you.
As do I. You've accomplished more than I could have hoped for. You've given me back my life. The path home is now clear for all of us.
Congratulations can wait, man. We gotta bail.
This is where our paths must part. Perhaps we'll meet again someday. You know where to find me.
Where am I going?
Goodbye, my friend.
Well. We did it, folks. I guess back to the Star Fissure for us. Until sometime in the future? So, yes, there it is. My first playthrough of Riven at all.
Endings and beginnings are within the fissure. That riven cleft of stars that acts as both a wall and a bridge. And though I'm unable to understand how,
I mean, you've got a
the
point.
flow of stars that brought my Myst book into worthy hands, I am sure served as a safe passage home for my friend. The age of Riven has come to a close, but the people of Riven are free. And now I am at rest, understanding that in books and ages and life, the ending can never truly be written.
So, yeah, needless to say, I understand why there are a lot of people who consider this to be one of the greatest video games of all time. And yeah, this is quite high up there. I thought Myst was good. I think that this is probably like even on another level from that. But also, it was quite a lot harder for me to get my bearings with a lot of the puzzles. And admittedly, I didn't do a very good job of like keeping notes and stuff all separate and everything. So I kind of sucked at this one a little bit, but it's still really good. And my goodness, what a beautiful game. Very, very well accomplished. All of this stuff. Oh, hey, Rand Miller still did Atris in this version, for at least for the mocap and the voice acting. To be fair, I feel I would expect no less. Rand Miller has been playing Atris since the very first game, and in every single video game appearance, as far as I know, he lends likeness and voice to Atris. Which, again, very cool. And on top of everything else, I'm very glad that there's a version of this that I can say with great certainty plays very well on modern machines and is very easy to get working. I admit I was a little concerned about that possibly being, an issue with the old version of Riven. And goodness knows, playing the PS1 version, I don't know if that sounds like that great of a time. I have a hard copy of that. I could do it in theory, but... Rest in peace, Sean Keston. And... yes, just a fantastic game. Someday I need to play the rest of the games in the franchise after this. I own copies of Exile and Revelation for consoles, and I believe I have Myst 5 on Steam somewhere. Play Uru before Myst 5. I believe that's actually the correct release order too, right? Like, didn't Uru originally start out before Myst 5 was released? But also, yes, I suspect that there would be a lot of important lore stuff involved there, so thank you for the advice. I certainly hope I remember that for when I get to it eventually, which may be a while. Because, admittedly, I do kind of want to, great game series makes my head hurt. Because I'm not as good at puzzles as I'm not as smart as a lot of people ever thought I was, so I gotcha. Made from story elements and assets meant for a future Uru expansion. Gotcha. Okay, that duly noted.